Good afternoon. It is what? Saturday? Yeah, I think it's Saturday. So, I've done a little work on the stream. It's gonna look a little naff because graphics are not my forte. However, you should see appear in the top left-hand corner. Not for the first ads because Twitch don't tell me the first ads coming. They just give me them at 30 minutes. But during the ads, it should say Twitch ads running for, and then give you 3 minutes, and it should give you for the rest of the stream a 3-minute notice. So we shall see how that works out. If it works out okay, I might try and find some other way to make it look a little better. It looks a little well, basic, that's the word for it. Because it is. It's a coloured square with some text on it. It is not a thing of beauty. Function first, right? It was a lot harder to make than you might think. In essence, there seems to be, I won't call them bugs, but nuances at least, where, so, you set your timer to be, I don't know, you set the timer in integers, but not to milliseconds, but you set the timer anyway to a number. It seems to be the number of seconds. Then, on the next bit, you have to tell it how long you want it to count down for in milliseconds, and it then works out the value of the integer. So I kind of get it because, well, I do, but at the same time, half the time, so you set it to say, I know, I want a 60-second timer, and I want it to run over 60,000 milliseconds, which is 60 seconds, and it goes 60 no. That wasn't, and then sits there waiting for the rest of the 50-something seconds, and then goes, yeah, I'm done now. So there's been a lot of that. It's taken me an hour to make some working timers. Not so sure how the ads will go, because, well, it kind of reuses the same box to warn you and do the ads. I could arguably make them different, but yeah, not quite sure how well that will go. But I did think I'd warn you, because obviously that gives you a bit of time to decide whether you want to use the 3-minute break or not. Because at the moment, unless I say something, you have no idea the ad's coming. But as I say, the first ads do not give me a warning. So even my little, because bear in mind I have it speak to me in my head. Not in my head, in my ear. To say ads are coming, and it gives me a 3-minute countdown. But what it doesn't do is it doesn't do that for the first ad break. It's like I've pressed run the ads, right? And so the first ad break is at 30 minutes, well, in 26 minutes in fact, but it will not warn me it's coming. It only warns me once it goes on to the every hour that I've specified. So that's a Twitch thing. Can't change that, obviously. Slightly annoying. But we shall see how it pans out for today. So, time to turn the yawn off. I haven't started yawning yet, so let's turn the yawn off. Let's see what we can manage today. I am not entirely sure how well today will go. I've been a bit miserable today, and usually when miserable things hurt more, so that could be a problem. Let's see. This one is going that way. Let's bring up my pin a bit and put you on top. You are the next set of that, and we will balance you like that out the way. These are the ones that I want. You are the one I want. Right. These all look in a complete pickle. So, you're the end of that. You're half the end of that. You're far too long. So, let's see. You're a bit long, but you'll be fine. You're a bit short. You're a bit long. So, I need to do some organisational skills over on my computer table to gain me bins. There we go. Right, you're short. You need to be longer. You are the main event. So, we have a pair of bobbins. We are going to cross you and put a pin in. I was talking to someone earlier today about one of the struggles I find with this is that it is slightly disappointing sometimes when you look back and think, in the last 3.5 hours or whatever your stream was, I only did this amount, right? And it is depressing is the only word for it, because obviously you've put in time and effort, and yes, I've occasionally sat and stood talking to you, but it can be slightly depressing that the speed of making lace is as slow as it is. Now, my problem is that I'm not unhappy with the speed of the lace making itself. The bit that really seems to kill it is the pins. Grabbing a pin, placing a pin, tensioning everything afterwards. That's where the majority of the time seems to go. So the actual kind of lace making portion of it isn't really so bad. It is the support of it that is a little bit more complicated. And to that end, because my job is to look for better ways to do things, and how can we cut corners without cutting corners, if you know what I mean. I do find myself looking at this going, there must be some way of moving up the lace making process so that less time is spent kind of fanning around, for want of a better word, because it is not ideal that, if you think of when we're doing the ground stitch, this one here, where you do cross twist, pin, cross twist, move to the next thing, and I can't see that hole for love nor money. It's completely blurry. Right, I must need to clean my glasses a bit. Bear with me 1 second. Because while my glasses are bad, as we discussed yesterday, they are not that bad. It's either that or it's my eyeballs. Occasionally it is my eyeballs, actually. It's like I need to clean my eyeballs. So let's clean my glasses. No, that's one of them's now smearier than it was a minute ago. Let's try that. Yeah, it's a bit better. Not a lot. Still something going on. Right. So yeah, I find myself frustrated when I look back and it's just not grown anything like as much as I would like over the course of the stream. And I feel for you guys because, you know, obviously, while you're watching me chuck my bobbins around and while you're doing all of that, it's not exactly exciting. And I think if it was growing a bit faster and we were doing, you know, I'm going to say a triangle every 1-2 days, I think it would grow a little faster. It would be, the project would seem, you know, the end is in sight. But as it stands, it's not. It's not for you, it's not for me, you know. The truth of the matter is we all know that this is going to be, over at this rate, 1,000+ hours of me doing this. And a couple of hours a day, that's 500 days, that's a year and, well, nearly 2 years, allowing for occasional missed streams. You know, this is going to go on forever. And I think the worst part of that is that, assuming all 18 squares are the same, it's going to be absolutely identical. And to be honest, that's not what you guys need. Hence, I do think the side projects will be, you know, the saviour of the world. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But I don't know how to change it. I don't know how to fix the pin scenario, because even when the pins are playing and I can find the holes and I can see everything, I'm gonna give my eyeballs a rub now because I swear it's my eyeballs. That's a bit better. Seriously, my eyes do this. They occasionally gum, but without being gummy, and I don't realise until get me eye drops. Until, you know, I've given them a good kind of rub. Then of course they get grumpy because I've rubbed them and they start stinging, hence I have eye drops around all the time. But sometimes it is just so frustrating because most of it is something an optician can't help you with anyway. So, you know, you're not winning anything anyway. Yeah, I do wish it was just grew just a little bit faster than it is. As I said, I don't feel, I mean, my lace mate, you know, yes, there are some ridiculously fast lace makers out there, and they throw their bobbins around, and frankly, it's, you know, it looks dangerous when they do it almost, because it's almost like, how can those bobbins, because they just kind of go, and you see the bobbins, but you almost don't see them move. So what it actually looks like is, on one of the videos, she almost just seems to take a bobbin and do this, and stuff has grown. And even as someone who's knowing what she's doing, look, you know, you watch it a couple of times, you look at the pattern she's done, and so you know the stitch that she is achieving, you still can't see the bobbins take that path. And, you know, that is a very impressive thing. And maybe if I live long enough, I could be in that position. Or maybe if I'd, you know, started at this a long time ago, I could have been a bit closer to that today. But it doesn't feel like that is purely all of it. Because when she stops to put a pin in, it takes her a while. And she's, you know, some of the videos, it's not that they're doing, you know, great squares of cloth stitch, so this journey to this journey, there isn't a single pin. No, it's intricate enough like this that there is lots of pins to be had, but they don't seem to be struggling, they don't seem to pin everything, and I do wonder if that is part of the answer, is they don't pin everything. They only pin, for example, I know, where the stitches change. But then that doesn't really work for rose ground. It can work for... It could probably work from any of the other stitches. They'd be a bit more varied. They'd be a bit more, you know, free to do whatever they wanted to do. You feel like you... Either you're the wrong one. One of you... Either you are the wrong one. Will you sod off? You are the wrong one. I need you and not you. So yeah, I've got to do something with these glasses. Because listen, that is not... That's me scratching, and that is the anti-reflective coating where it's worn off. It's just... And it, as I said to you yesterday, it kind of makes the refraction of the light worse, which means that while it's in focus, it's kind of blurry. So, it really doesn't help. It's not like I need the anti-reflective coating. I really don't. But every time you go to the opticians and you say you don't want it, oh, we'll have to send off for that. Well, how about you know, because it's an optional extra charge, in quotes, but it's not optional, because if you need new glasses and you need, you know, you kind of want them, you know, in a reasonable time frame, because otherwise it's like 2 or 3 weeks, you've got to have it, because you aren't stocking for the option not to. It's almost forced upon you to pay the 35 quid or whatever it is for anti-reflective coating, and it's like, well, I don't actually need it. I'm capable of living without it. What is up with this bobbin? Let's sort this bobbin out a bit. Just go through the hole. And it's not money with menaces, but it does feel like you don't have the choice, that you have to accept having the anti-reflective coating. And then for people like me, whose body seems to chew through it, it means your glasses become junk in quite a short period of time. Can be as little as 6 months. And spending £1,000 on lenses every 6 months is not funny. But I really should book an optician's appointment. 1, 2, 3, 4. Problem is I don't really want to pay for a new pair of lenses. And inevitably, because they will want to send them off and, you know, all of those kind of things, I kind of don't really want to be buying a new pair of frames either, because, well, that adds to the cost as well. And, of course, without my glasses on, I can't see whether the frames suit me or not. Not that I'm overly bothered, but, you know, I like to check that I don't look a complete donkey in it all. And... you know, it makes it very awkward. Especially when you're single and you don't have someone to drag along and try and get an honest answer of how stupid do I look in these, you know. But I fear I have to bite the bullet. Buy some really cheap frames. and get some varifocals put in them and say to them, fine, send them off, but I do not want any form of coating on them whatsoever. None of this anti-scratch crap, none, because I'm not convinced it's not some, but I'm pretty sure it's the anti-reflective coating, but you know, I need no coatings on them because my body chews through them. Can we not? You know, look at the state of these. Can we just not be doing that? And I don't want to pay you, you know, 35 quid for a set of coating that's going to come off in 6 months and make my glasses unusable. So, can we not? I think that's going to have to be my New Year's resolution, is go and get some glasses that actually can be seen through properly. Because it certainly doesn't help. As I said, it's not a focus thing, because I can see everything's in focus. It is the light reflection, because I can see details, just not when I hold my head still, and not like this and not like that, and there's just a few too many caveats to make it work properly. How can I miss that? Really the corner. Okay. Push you down a bit. Oh, yeah, I can see better now. In case you ever wondered how I tell if something's gone wrong on one of those passes, is that the left hand of a pair should always be gone over by the pair that's on the right hand one of the pair on the left. So when these bobbins were this way round, this has to go over that. If it's not going over that, then something went wrong. Which is how you work out that you've got one bobbin too many, or one not enough, or, you know, that kind of stuff. 4, 5. Let's put you together, actually. So, where are we at with you? I notice you seem out of place. You should be like this. In the hole, thank you. You are not supposed to be crossed. 4, 5. So yes, do really believe I may have to. But then of course that also comes with the problem of I've got to get to the opticians. Also got to do something about my car, because while it has no MOT, that's not necessarily a problem as long as I'm not driving it. Once my tax disc runs out, I must declare it as off the road, which is fine. But of course, once you've declared it as off the road and you've declared that you're not taxing it and you've declared all these things. Oh, yes, I heard movement in the universe too, dog. Christ's sake. Let's see what it was. I think it's bin day. Bin day. And I didn't do my bins because, well, I couldn't be bothered. Right. For some reason I never settled into bin day here. Bin day is normally on Thursday, and putting your bins out on a Wednesday night just won't sit in my head, just won't go in. I know that it's got to be done Wednesday night, but I don't realise it's almost like my brain doesn't realise it's Wednesday night until Thursday morning and it goes, oh shit, I didn't do the bins, and they come just before I get up. And so it's not like I can nip out and in the morning and go, oops, should have done them yesterday, never mind. The only reason I really twig is when they've come and I'm not here. So, we should see. It says I've got an incoming ad break in 3 minutes. But I haven't got my thing because it's the 30 minutes one. Because for some reason it doesn't send a thing to StreamerBot to say the ad stream is coming. Now, of course, I may have broken everything, because this is the other thing. A lot of these things you can't test. You have to kind of do live, which is not ideal. You'd like to be able to click a thing and test it and see what happens, but it doesn't do that. Which is a little annoying. I'd like a test this action kind of moment. You know, it prompts you for fake parameters or whatever. That would be nice. With any luck, when it does pop up with the ads, it should give you a little ugly thing in the top left hand corner. Because I do get a little green square on my screen that says incoming ad break in, and here it goes. So ad starting soon. Is it going to pop up? Hasn't said anything. But I don't think it actually does it until it kicks in. I'll just sit still, animals. Why do you have to lean against my arms? This is ad starting soon, and it does this sometimes for ages. It's almost like it's having to hunt for something to play. Come on. I do know occasionally it says it's doing ads and it's a lying toad, but ad starting soon. Well, that's really nice of you, but can you, like, are you going to do it or what? It's not my fault then if it doesn't run it. There you go. Ad's running, but it didn't show my widget. Well, that's annoying. Let me see if I can see why it didn't run the widget. Okay, so ads, it said ads running. Set you that. Did it set the thing? Should have said. Oh, for fuck's... I think I've set the wrong thing to not show. No, that's timer text. I want... And I can't see. There it is. Like that. And then in that one, I need to... That's fine. I need to set that one to that. There you go. Well, we'll see what happens next time. So we've got an hour to wait. So, the short answer as to the reason why it didn't work that time is I tried to show the wrong thing, so it didn't show the actual box, therefore you couldn't see it, and we don't know whether it worked. In an hour's time, we will find out. As I said, this is part of the reason I think it's slightly frustrating that there isn't a test it option, because, you know, should it not work right, well, you know, yes, I could click it, run ads now, and maybe it would work. But don't really want to run ads, you know. For some reason, it actually says I can't. Why? Just... Oh, you recently ran an ad and must wait to run another. I didn't run it. You ran it. Let's be accurate about that. But it is slightly frustrating that there is no easy way to test some of this other than to be live doing it. You know, doesn't make it easy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pay a lot of money for my dogs just to sit the hell down and stay sat down, despite the merest twitch in the universe. Oh, here he comes. You come up the hard way. Come on. Is your butt any bigger? You need a bit more room there. I mean, you don't want the world to move out your way or anything, dog. I mean, you know. God forbid you actually have to kind of, fit on a 3-seater couch in the space provided. Why is it these two, one is always longer than the other? Even when I change them and separate them, one always grows and one does not. Sigh. One of the things that confused me most when I first started about lathe making was, in my mind, if cross is left over right and twist is right over left, why is it that, when you start a stitch going left to right, and say you start with a cross, that when you're doing it the other way around, it's not done in reverse. So I'm about to travel left to right, and so I go left over right as my first one, right? I get to the other end, having done my cloth stitches in my usual cheeky fashion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. To my mind, this should go over that one, so that it... But it's not. You do the stitch in exactly the same way. You just are concentrating on moving a different pair of bobbins out the first 4. So, you know, in this case, on the way back, the left-hand pair of bobbins is travelling over, and on the right-hand side, it's the right-hand pair of bobbins travelling over. And to be honest, neither are easier or less prone to travelling. You're not forcing it. I thought that was something funny. You're round. There you go. See, they're not level again. How can you not be level? How do you do this? Did I add a pet then? I don't think I did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And no, I didn't. After all that. It's not coming out right then. That's what I want. So you get back a minute. We untwist you. Tension you on a little bit. Okay, get you for a second. Because all cloth stitch does is transpose the 2 bobbins, so it doesn't make it harder or easier to travel in any particular direction. It's just, in my head, my brain always felt that when travelling the other way, that you should be, well, travelling the other way. One, 2, 3, 4 and a half. Yeah, that's right. There's your 5th one. You've escaped from there. Oh look, idiots. Reporting spam bot, because, well, apparently that's a thing. The worst part is by the time before we finish the stream, they'll have banned him, so. But it's just kind of frustrating that I need to write a bot that just bans them. And but you need to, what I want to do is submit the report, and I think that's the hard bit. I do seem to have done a reasonable job on the filter, so you don't get to see the messages, which is the important part. Should I gain popularity, I'm sure more things will need to be added as more bots come along to try and encourage you to do whatever. See, the weirdest part is that account was created nearly 5 years ago. Why would you start spamming with it now? Slightly annoyingly, the Twitch filters don't capture it. I have to use a third-party program to mod and mark the thing as potentially not wanted. Seems stupid because there's a thing called reg expressions, which stands for regular expressions, where you can put in wildcards and say, you know, if the thing contains the word, I don't know, let's say the word Liz, but you can have lowercase l, capital case L, you know, capital I, lower I, you know, all these kind of things. But you can also have I with a grave, and you could maybe, if it had an E, you could put a 3 instead of an E, and you can allow for all of these things with reg expressions, and you could say that, you know, like the word viewers, so you could do V, I, which is an I, a 1, an I with a grave, you can have E, which is E, or a 3, or an E with a grave, then you know, W, and then you can have E, which is a 3, or a grave, and you can do all of that, and it'll catch them all. Can't do that with Twitch. Which seems really short-sighted, in my opinion, considering that, you know, they attract these people to come and do it, so you'd think that they'd want to give people the tools to make it easy. Similarly, if you want to report someone for potentially being a bot stroke spamming, you've got to click in, you've got to say what's wrong with it, click. You click on their name, click. You click on report, click. You click on bot, click, or spam, click. Doesn't really matter which. Then you have to fill in a field saying what's wrong with it. Then you have to say yes, I agree that this is truthful. And we need just to be able to click report. You need to be able to just, you know, automate the, you know, if it's triggered some form of you know, bad word filter or whatever, that it just automatically can be warned, you know, do you want these bad words to be auto reported? Yes, you know. Now obviously you can still have false positives, and I do agree, you don't necessarily want to waste a human's time going, you know, because let's say for the argument, we'll pick on the word viewers because that seems to be a common word. You know, because you might say web viewers, which is perfectly legitimate as part of the conversation, or, you know, how many viewers have you got? Again, perfectly legitimate conversation. You don't really want that to be automatically reported. But at the same time, when it says cheap, best, maybe you do, you know. This is definitely the bit where I feel you waste a lot of time putting pins in. And I also think it's part of the reason that Buck's Point seems to go faster. Is so each pin. Let me finish this one. So in this stitch, I do cross, twist, pin, and you know already it's taken longer than the actual lace making. Put the pin in, tension it, cross, twist. Now we're ready to do the next one. So the pin portion of it was the majority. Now, under Buck's Point, although I'm not actually going to do it, you would do cross, twisty, twisty, so there's an extra twist, put in the pin, and then you move on. I've still got to do a cross twist. So I do think that Buck's Point, from that point of view, benefits from having a quicker ground stitch. And I think maybe that's some of the appeal I like about it, is that you know, you've kind of, once you've done it, it moves on. It's but at the same time, you know, you've got to do 2 twists and not 1, and remember to do 2 and not 1 after all. So I don't know. It's a precarious thing, I guess. Seriously, bend pin. You're getting long and annoying. So we've got 36 minutes till we find out whether my changes have fixed my little text box. One thing I have considered doing is, obviously I want to document my journey doing this. For my own brain cells, for the next time it says, hey, let's do something really stupid, you know, craft-wise, and I can go, remember when you thought that about this? This is what happened, you know. Here is my documented proof to my brain cells that it's not me remembering it wrong. No, 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 it was real, right? Question is, and here's the thought, if I videoed me doing this when I'm not streaming, but I still videoed me doing it, and then did kind of a recap moment and, you know, did side projects and maybe did more of the side projects live with a recap of this and just posted the full boring videos of this, say, on YouTube, with kind of like the warning of, this is incredibly boring, but here is me making my net curtain, you know, part 6002, you know. Do you think that still counts? Because the video proof would still be there minute by minute. But instead of necessarily talking to you, which, you know, not that I dislike talking to you, but, you know, because many of you don't talk back, it does make it more complicated. It's almost the, you know, sit here with a pair of earphones, listening to some music, do a wait, don't feel compelled to talk to people because, well, you know, you're almost not doing it for people to watch. You're doing it for yourself to watch when you've screwed it up later. It's like security footage, you know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I did wonder whether that would be the same for my brain cells if I recorded it so that they can watch it, but it's almost not an active part of the stream. So there'd be a kind of like, here's where we got to, here's a bit of you know, here's a clip of some shenanigans that happened or whatever, but, you know, kind of recap style, you know. But there is a part of me that says it's not the same. I did some more Path of Exile yesterday. I killed the stupid thing yesterday that had defeated me 100 times the day before. I'm not quite sure how I defeated her, but I did. She was very grumpy. Release Doodah from her wrongful imprisonment. Release. So she sets about killing you. Very grateful. But at the end of it, she gives you a thing so that you can go off and do Ascendancy. Now, one of the things that I was really convinced about Path of Exile 2 was that it was supposed to be more new user-friendly. Well, it doesn't really explain a lot of the second act. You arrive somewhere to go and find somebody. Because at the end of Act 1 it says, go find her and kill her. Thank you for following, Marina. Thank you very much. But the in Act 2, you kind of seem to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It feels like you're kind of directionless. There are a number of quests to do that are only available at certain times for visibility. You can't really review the text that sent you there, only that, I know, you must remake the horn of whatever. Why? How's that done? And of course, the quest that shows it on kind of like the hometown, but there's nothing in the hometown to do yet because you've got to do other bits, but it doesn't tell you which are the other bits, right? So there is a whole kind of, there is definite room for improvement on that one. But I've got to a point, I'm level 28 now, with my character. And I can't do the Ascendancy thing because I get to room 4 and it just wipes the floor with me. Half the trials for the Ascendancy are not clear on what you have to do. So they're all kind of timed to an extent. And it's kind of like, hey, open, you have agreed to do the next step of this quest. There is an element of choice, but the choices are often like, do you wish to be burnt, drowned, poisoned, or eviscerated? There isn't a no option. So you get that kind of option, but you don't get to pick the style of challenge. And some challenges are easier than others. So there's one where you've got to click on a bunch of crystals. And, you must activate all the crystals between the start and the finish. Well, if you don't choose to fight any mobs, you just run through, click, the path seems fairly logical. You click on a crystal, and by the time you're at the crystal, you'll see that there's a couple of available paths. You run down one, and it either takes you to the next one, or it don't. If it doesn't, it's usually a dead end, so you run back and take the other one. And you run around, and you get to the end, and congratulations, you've completed this bit of the trial. Great. There's another one that you walk in, and there's a thing in the middle, and it says, basically, click me, and a timer will start. You need to kill all the mobs in the time available. Okay? I can do that, or I can try and do that at least. So again, click the thing, killy, mobs will die. Well done, you have succeeded. Great. And then there's one where you arrive and you kind of look in the room, and that the initial bit of room that you're in doesn't seem to have anything in it. So you wander a bit further forward, and there's some spikes that leap out the floor, and you go, okay. And then there's like a whirly thing with flames on it trying to burn you. Okay. So you work out you've obviously got to dodge those, because dying is, definitely a quick way not to succeed. And eventually you discover that in one direction there is a lever, so you pull the lever. This opens a door, usually the complete opposite end of nowhere. So you get to the opposite end of nowhere and you go through the door. But the next door's shut. But there's no lever. Well, what now? There's no other doors open. But the next door's shut. Eventually the timer runs out and you fail. And you're like, how is this new friendly? I've no idea what I'm trying to do here other than survive. And I get that I've got to survive. But, once the timer runs out, it kills you anyway and says you lost. And you're like, okay. So I gave up on doing that because, I was getting a bit frustrated with it. So, one of the quests said, go here and do this. Well, the mobs are a considerably lower level than me, so I thought that should be easy enough. Arrive, mooch. Oh, look, there's some people over there. Oh, I'm dead. I don't know what hit me, I don't know who hit me, and I don't know what they hit me with. This all I can tell you is I was dead. One hit. And they were supposed to have done something so that you at least knew what killed you. No. And so I know it's early access, and I think this is the thing that is very easily forgotten at the moment, is that Path of Exile is very much in early access, and as a result there is still considerable room for it to be improved, because for the most part it's a very playable game. It's not like, yes, there was some crashing early on, but for the most part it seems to be working all right. So you forget that this is not a live game yet, that you forget this is not the finished product. But at the same time, you know that it's also not the finished product, because not all the classes are available, not all the, they've, to fake some of the rest of the game, they just make you redo the first 3 chunks. That's fine. But if you haven't helped the new people in the second act, so the first time round you do this, they are still no idea what they're doing, how they're doing it. And I'm running around in gear that I got early on in Act 1 because I haven't found anything better. Well, I'm now many moons on, and it's still dropping loot I probably wouldn't have worn in Act 1. Well, you I don't know. So, as I mentioned earlier, I put a thing on to show when the Twitch ads are running. In part because for those who watch it on, say, YouTube later, now obviously it's not going to be right if you watch it as if you watch it on Twitch later, because I doubt they sync when the ads were. But on YouTube, of course, I am nowhere near monetization on YouTube, and that's not a problem. As I said, I'm not doing this for money. I mean, if everybody who came here subbed and I had 1,000 viewers, I'd probably die of shock, right? Would it be nice? Yeah, it would actually. It'd be nice that many people are interested, and all of those kind of things. I'm not sure my autistic brain cells would cope with being that much in the centre of attention. I'd have to hide all the numbers and pretend that you weren't there. But then, of course, chat would be generally more full, because when you have that kind of level of people, they don't just sit there and watch. They do tend to chat amongst themselves. And so it is. I think that's the one thing I do miss, is that, watching many streamers, they've got an active chat group. People come along and they like, hi, and they talk amongst themselves. They talk about things, and I think in some ways that limits some of the visitors to these videos, is because they log in, no one's chatting. I'm sometimes, not talking because I haven't got anything to say for myself. Not that I've usually got anything to say for myself, but that's not the point. Other than maybe moan a bit about something that happened or didn't happen. But, there isn't really a chatter to join in, and it's much more like, walking into a library. It's definitely quiet, everyone's sitting quietly, minding their own, and it's not welcoming in that sense. And so I don't know quite how to change that. I really don't. It would be nice, as I say, I think some of it comes with numbers, right? Some of it definitely comes. The more people you have, the more likely someone is to say something, and someone is to go, hey, I disagree with that, or yeah, I'm absolutely behind that, and, And of course I do have some faithful people who will start a conversation. I've got Naughty Kel and Tenchi, who are very much up for conversations and who say hello to me, and generally we have random conversations about a few things, and I really appreciate that, because they make me feel very much like the stream is worth it, because it real people are watching this, right? As I said earlier, it can get a bit depressing when, 20 hours of streaming later, what sort of thing, and you haven't spoken to anybody. Why am I doing this? What's the point? And of course the point is that I'm doing it to remind myself for future stupid brain thoughts that I don't really need to be making humongous great things, much as humongous great things are beautiful in my eyes. My brain's still urging me desperately to do a Bucks Point net curtain, in one piece, of course, and put some decorations down it, and almost like, I won't say snowflakes, but, almost like, if there was a big rectangle, you'd have at the top, it'd be fairly sparse, and then a bit more dense, and at the bottom, you'd have a bit of the scene, or some flowers, or something, and, part of me really wants to do that, really does, and it wants to do it with, the stupid finest of fine, and with many of this, and just the thought of those bobbins gives me anxiety. But what did I read? There was something I read that's supposed to really lessen anxiety, and it's something really dumb. Like, put your hand on your left nostril and only breathe through the right one and look up or something, and your anxiety will go. And you're like, really? Really? That sounds like tin hat scenario. I've been desperately trying to get my game thing working, and it's like juggling plates. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can fix one thing, and the moment I fix one thing, something else. You know, if I fix how the lights look so that they don't look like, you know, smears on the wall, then then this will show, or this won't work, or that they don't like, you know, nothing's bright enough and you can't see anything, or half the lights work but not these three, and it is really quite frustrating. And I've been dealing with this for years now, and because they change things in versions and improve things and fix things, you know, I've tried to be fair to it and give it its due and give it an opportunity to show that it's not broken anymore, and it is. Of course it is. And it's just that little bit annoying that you're sitting there going, how can you have two solid wall? Well, basically you've got two enclosed boxes. If you put a light in one of the boxes and you put the lid on it, so it's completely enclosed, and you're in the other enclosed box, why can you see the light in Unity? Why? If you don't have them set to mixed, if they're real time, they go straight through the wall, because the walls are only visible one side, and when it comes to occlusion culling, it decides that you can't see inside the other room, therefore the other room doesn't exist. But even though you've told it to cull the lights, it doesn't cull the lights, so it shines through now the non-existent wall, therefore you can now see it. Even though there's a solid wall between you and it, it's not solid both ways, so it's not... You've only got... You see the solid side, it does not, so it comes straight into the room. Then you've got the... If it's mixed... it will generally work better, but then half the lights will turn off if you turn and look at them, you know, out the corner of your eye or whatever, and so as you're walking along it flickers, or you turn into a corridor and literally everything is black despite holding a light source, because it's decided that it's not going to paint any light in there for some reason right now. And it's frustrating, very frustrating. And even then, half the time, some of the lamps will be kind of like, no, actually I've decided I'm just kind of a skid mark on the wall, and I'm not actually going to light anything, and I'm going to look really stupid and ugly, and there's no rhyme nor reason for it, I just hate you, kind of thing. I saw a thing saying in Unity that, you know, WebGL's got a max limit of 32 lights. Well, mine won't let me set more than 8, and when there's 3 in the room, one of them doesn't work. So, really? 32, huh? Problem is as we look towards the end of this triangle, you know, it is only over here, there is a piece of me that wants to do another side project, but of course for every side project, well, then this isn't happening, is it? Let me alter this up a bit. There you go. Just a little bit. It has a habit of wanting to look left, because there's a cable that runs out of it, funnily enough, with the power and the stuff on it. but it means that it tries to pull so that the camera tilts like this, and it doesn't move fast, which is its blessing, but you can't not do it either. In part it is because it's designed to not be facing down, it is designed to be facing backwards and forwards, not down. But can you just stop? You know. Minutes. And sometimes I don't get this. You twiddle these bobbins and it doesn't actually seem to make any difference whatsoever. See, how is it 4 o'clock already? I'm also suffering a bit from I've got to go back to work this week, this coming week, and I can't believe that my 4 weeks off has gone. My shit pile didn't really shrink. I don't feel like I've got very far with my lace making. I mean, I know we did the bookmark and everything, but that was kind of almost just before I took my holidays. And so there is a bit of me that kind of sitting here going, where did it go? I don't feel like I did anything. I didn't really go anywhere. I didn't really see anybody. So where did it go? Where did my days go? Did I sleep through a week somewhere? Now, the next question is, I'm about to run across the bottom where the join will be in the next row. Do I sew these bobbins in now? Because it would mean about 5 pairs of bobbins coming off the mat which is never a bad thing. But we all know how hard it is for me to sew these stupid things in. I am very ungifted in these matters. So the question is, do I or don't I? I think the answer is we do, because then they're gone. Then they are actually gone. So, we will do these 5 and then we will sew them in. So I will need to find, and this was not the tool that I found the best. So the question is, what did I do with the other one? I had a round one, and I thought the round one was in here, but the round one is not. The only one I've got is the hard angle. Let me move my table and do a bit of this and see if I can find it. Hang on. There we go. It was in my box of keepings, which is fine. It's kind of where I thought it was, but my box of keepings was the other side of the room. By the way, this that you can see jiggling around in the bottom of the screen is a really minging old duvet. It came with a house, and it's kind of the dog duvet, but it stops drafts on my leg, for I am a draft magnet. So, right, let us proceed. As you can see, this one is the curved one, which we liked a lot, and I attached it to the thing so it can't tangle and everything. So we will do these things and then we will sew them. And I will swear a lot because it is not an easy thing to do. Oh, I've just had an idea for what I'm going to have for tea. Sounds good. We've got Christmas leftovers to finish, so if I can put the chicken and the stuffing, you know, I have kind of not an endless supply, but almost endless supply of part-baked bread, because it is one of my favourite snacks, and you cook it for like 7 minutes and you get this beautifully warm kind of fresh bread kind of thing. And well, that's what I'm gonna have. I'm gonna have one of those. Let's pin all of you up because you're all staying. You're all remaining active, and you need to Then we dispose of the glasses. We try and play find the pinnacle. So here is bent pin number 1 and its pinhole. So where did you come from? Oh, I did that sort of like crud appeared out of nowhere, ping across the unit. Did my little square appear? Yes, it did. Excellent. See, when you show the right shit, it actually appears. Funny that. Right. So, the problem is the end of this needle is considerably bigger than the pin that was in the hole. It's been this hard last time. I don't remember it being quite Now, somewhere I had another kind of stick, but I moved it and I don't know where I put it. Can't think where I put it. Let me get my fat stick. Again, where is the crud coming from? You hear like a jink, and out appears like, you know, almost like water scale or something. You know what this really needs? This really needs a point with the eye after it, so that you can find the hole and take the eye through it, because this turns, which is infinitely annoying in the vice, but it's not got pointy enough end to get through the hole, which we can see it's there, and when I do this with it, it's definitely there, but it's just being a pain in the butt. Or that pin, for God's sake. This
This is the problem with those measurements. Everything. Look, there's a pin, but there's a pin. I want to be round the pin. You then come out of there. And for some reason, of course you're round a pin. Of course you're round a pin. How could you not be round a pin? Ah, I've realised why we don't tie the end of this to the thing, so we will pull that back from there so we can take it out of the loop, and we will get the other one of you through there. Do some fancy knotting. You're round a pin, you bastard! I wondered why it looked a bit skinny. Because of course you've gone round the pin and now I've tightened the knot up and you're round this pin, which is at an angle. No, not that pin. This pin. I'm trying to pick up. No, not that pin. Ow! Yes. Pins are going to be the death of them. This pin, which is at an angle. So now you're not tight enough, and I need to try and unpick you. Because I'm too far away to be unpicking. Oh no, I've got some of that one. Not actually done it. Or did I just mangle? I think I might just mangle there. That's often how it works. You either succeed or you angle. No, I have actually succeeded. Holy shit. Maybe we'll break next time, of course. No, that's not the direction I needed to do. I needed to point you over there. There you go. And then we'll take you briefly over there because it's quicker than trying to put you over the top. Let's push some of these pins down. Like this. So they're going the right way. You need to come round and not be annoying like you are. No. Stop trying to half hitch round the other bobbin. So let's try this again, Joe. So we have not twisted. Can we fix that? Can we fix that? I think we can. So you are the most annoying. You are the other one. You. Okay. So if I poke you through here, you will now
This, my friends, is why I don't do very well at this. Because my pillow ends up not very straight because I'm having to lean on it. Everything mates on pins, just to be annoying. Right. All the pins are in place. The knot is where it should be. Now, I need my skizzers. And we can snip. And we won't snip too near the thing. Because, and we'll tuck that under there for safekeeping. 1 down, 4 to go. Oh, this is going to be so much fun. We love this, children. Right. So we remembered why this is best not attached to the other end, although it makes sense that it's attached to the other end. Should have thought of that, but got itchy ear. Need a drink. It's only Coke. Wish it was vodka. Actually, this Coke spread tastes surprisingly sweet today. So, I did take a pin out, and he can go back in. If we can find the hole. And if this pin wasn't bent, it would make life a lot easier. But it is bent, and it's very hard to straighten these pins. Do you mind not kicking me in the butt? Poke, poke, poke. The hole's in here somewhere. There it is. Still don't look twisted. Vegetable bloody threads. Give them an extra twist this time then. Right. Moving on to the next bit. Remember, we will put the pin back in this time before we tie the knot. Right. Thing. See, I can put it through the hole where the pin went. That's not so hard. It's getting it through the hole where the pin went and underneath, but not underneath the paper, which is definitely harder than it sounds. So, you come through here, and I now pull on you, and you have instantly got caught on a fucking pin. Do be so utterly infuriating. And now it's twisted itself so I can't find the hole. You have not just knotted yourself. Do not tell me you've done it again. Do you remember last time it had a habit of managing to half hitch itself and defy all logic because at no point did, this pass through the end of it. It's just gone and done it again. And I don't know how it does it. I really don't. Which is why, of course, I put it through the stick, because then, of course, there's no way it can. But it doesn't work. And of course, now I've got to find a hole in here and make a hole in here so I can pass the tool through it to get it out. Oh, my thread broke. Well, that's just typical. the thread doesn't tend to last very long. It is very thin thread, and I get that, but you need it to be thin, otherwise it's too bulky and it causes problems. Then you've got to thread this infinitely tiny holed needle. Which is, you know, hard enough. It does wear the thread, which is unfortunate.
Back to where we were at, which was, you now need to go through there like this. Something that seems to go to shit. Try and tie them off. Okay. So that comes down like that. That's close enough. So, right. Bobbin. And of course you're trying to come off the previous pin.
Why is this? I swear this would be so much easier if you could do it with it off the board. And you'd just chop these really long threads, put one on a needle, poke it through the hole, pull it through, tie a knot. Because in essence, that's what you're actually doing. You don't actually need... Maybe that's my problem. Maybe instead of trying to pull it through and secure it round, and I shouldn't. I should just tie the frigging knot.
Onto pin number 3. Are you out for a minute? Work through properly. This end, if you keep an eye on this end does not go anywhere near over the top of the brass instrument. So I've now picked it up so it can't. And yet somehow no, not round that pin either. Now, I wonder if do I take a leap of faith? Do I take a leap of faith? I'm going to. I'm just going to put that through there like that. I'm going to chop you.
Take you over there for a minute.
I'll do the hole. Keep you out the way. Problem is these threads are curly because they've been round bobbins, but they're alright. to do, but as can be told, I can move where this knot is. And that is not ideal. And they don't look crossed enough. But they are crossed, but they're not crossed enough. But then that looks like the first one, so it's not really a big deal.
But that was a lot less painful. I may stick with that. It was a lot less painful. I need to remember to cross them more before I start. Lift this pin up because it needs some crossing between it. And then grab you out of there because you are the last and next pin. And we snap through this hole. So you think how much hard work that first one was and how easy the other three, or however many we've done, have been in comparison. Now, for some reason I can't seem to pick up this thread here right now. Stop doing that. You need to come back. Oh, for fuck's sake. Because fuck the bobbin. And you. Don't need 15 piles of string.
That actually looks reasonable. It's possibly one of the best ones we've done to date. So with that in mind,
We will stick with chopping for future pins. Because it'll be a while before we do the future pins, because I've got to do that bit and that bit before we can do that bit, which is the next bit. But we do have, she says grabbing them, less bobbins on our pillow. So with that in mind, I need to find somewhere to put them. This isn't going to be annoying in the next 10 minutes. So I think back there. Hey! You don't want me sitting on your foot, dog. It'll go to sleep. There. Right. We have less bobbins. We have... Well, wasn't that hard work? But definitely that last one does look better. And I think it will help the knot be flatter too, because previously I made a loop, pulled a thing through the loop, so effectively there was half a knot, because coming out the hole there was a loop with a thread through it. Then you make a knot and a knot on top, so it makes it quite tall. With this one, you just pull the thread through the hole and tie a knot round the hole. So it should be flatter. And it looks tidier. That's always a bonus. We like tidier looking things. Now, somewhere I have a pin cushion full of fancy pins, because as said yesterday, my other pin died. So I am going to put a pin in here so that when I wind these round, they are out of the way. Now I'm going to push some pins down, because that's definitely a thing. They need to come out, and I just realised something. Oh, it doesn't matter. That's okay. For some reason my brain was saying I needed to leave a layer of pins back here, but of course I don't. I only need a layer of pins here, which is fine. Push some of these down a little bit, just to make sure they're all nice and strong, because they bend less and they get annoying less. So now we move you round and out the way. You we will need next, and you as we come down this sideways straight. Well, wasn't that hard work? For what, 4 bobbins? How many pairs of bobbins is it? Because it's never... I possibly could have done one more, but just in case, gonna leave it. Should be 5, but I know I've done 4. I'm pretty sure I've done 4. You know, 1. So that's 3, 4. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I've done 4 pairs of bobbins. So technically it should be 5 because it's 5 holes across. But just to be safe and all of that, we don't want to push our luck and, you know. Now, you are already out of commission, so yeah, I don't know where my holiday's gone. Doesn't feel like I can recollect quite a few of the days. I know I've streamed nearly every day. I mean, obviously I've had a few random days off, like Christmas Day and Boxing Day and stuff. But I guess part of it is because they're quite samey, and so in being quite samey, they don't stand out. Never mind. See, I saw that. Look, it just goes round and round and round and round and round and gets longer. Now, admittedly, I had to help it slightly, but it's why they get longer when I'm not looking, is they sneak down slightly. And you are leaning in, and you shouldn't be. Can you not, please? Where's the thing of poking? I need you to be flat. This is part of the problem with bendy pins. when I finish this net curtain when I'm 906 years old, I will never be using these bendy pins ever again. As we prove when we did the washing, they end up looking the same, so screw it. Bigger pins it will be. Plus, bigger pins make it easier to shove the tool through because, well, there's a bigger hole. So, we will be. But because I am using these, and like so much in life, consistency is king. Even though I know it won't make a difference, we're not going to risk it and change to fatter pins mid-project. I mean, in theory, I could change it next square and it probably wouldn't matter a shit. But, what if it did? So, we will not be changing until we stop. And then I will throw these pins away. Because we've already got through 4 packs of pins because they've bent, okay? And they're £9 each. It's costing me more in pins than it is in anything else. Because each roll of thread is about £9. And so far we've used one. I'm not quite sure how we used one, but we've used one. Yeah. So yes. But we've used one bit of thread. Everything else is reusable, except for the 4 packs of pins at £9 each. And of course I bought 2 more for when I get through more of these. This is not a good ratio of, you know, it seems like we get through 2 pots of pins for every square we do. This is not a good ratio. This is, you know, this is not a good thing. Did I twist that before I started? Yes, I did. It feels too many. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it was the exactly right number. Brain farts. There we go. That's right. My brain was trying to work in the wrong direction and wondering why I had the wrong colour bobbins. And the answer is because this is me adding them before we turn the corner. And as you're all being so utterly chatty, I feel I need to turn some music on for my end. You won't hear it because you've got your own music, but as you're not talking to me, it's getting a bit kind of quiet in my head, and I don't like quiet in my head. So, problem is I can only add certain things because it's got to have sound control. And things like Audible does not have volume control on its website, which is a bit of a shit, really. wound that up and it didn't make a blind bit of difference. to go? Doesn't matter really, does it? No, that is not the plan. You need to stay in there. Fine, we'll make you a lot longer, just so that you can feel special. But you are the ones I want. Now, what the hell is going on with you? I know that you are. You are actually from somewhere else. But you're not. Let's put you over there a second. You it's because you have mated round you. Try that's better. Bit further round. Right. Then I can put you up there. You come round and we get the next four. Make you a bit shorter. Stop mating round other pins. Go a lot quicker if they didn't do that too. How are you? That doesn't. How are you that annoying? Here we go. Better. still feels wrong. It's not. It's just being awkward. And you keep coming undone. You are being annoying. Everybody's being annoying. It does come easier to some of these things than others, it has to be said. Stop wrapping around other pins. It's really hard to tighten and tension things when the moment you do, it mates with 15 other pins. There we go. Come on. Stop twitching, little man. Getting hungry. Also got a kind of throbbing headache trying to happen. It's like a dripping tap. Every so often it kind of goes, ow! And you're like, what? This is a bit short for a stick, but it keeps out the way, so I can add a pair of bobbins to an extra. Because now I can put these all the way over there, even though they just want to unroll. I can't help but hear. If you've been on TikTok or any of the things with short videos, there's the song Hall & Oates, What I Want. I think it's Hall & Oates. Yeah. Daryl, yeah, Hall & Oates, right? And they've changed it to You're and instead of what I want as the opening theme, it's You're and every time this starts, that's all I can hear. It's all I can hear. It's a bit like the song Valerie, not the Amy Winehouse one, the other one. I can't remember his name. Which is basically the foundation for Eric Pryd's Call on Me. But he took like one sentence out the whole song. And he just constantly sings Call on Me, Call on Me. Well, of course it's Call on Me, Valerie. So, and I like the original. But of course, I can't hear, it's very rare you hear the original these days. You only ever hear the Eric Prydz one. Which is a shame. It's not that the Eric Prydz one's crap, but the original was a good song. It's also the theme tune to a TV thing here in the UK. Because sometimes in the UK we get different theme tunes to other places. And there was a TV series called Valerie, and they used that. So whether it was the original or not, I have no idea. But I know that, for example, we had in Charmed, we had a different theme tune to the rest of the world. So it's not always true, but it is occasionally true. We get different theme tunes to everybody else. Someone over here obviously thinks it would be more popular if they do this to it. Monk had a different theme tune as well. I know that because when I bought the box set, because I'd missed a few, and I wanted to know what happened at the end, didn't have the theme tune on it. It was like, what? one short. Let's make up for that. Put you in there. Still room for more. Right. Which means both of you go in there. Oh dear. Drink time. Funky going on. There we go. Now, you aren't it. You are it. You get back in there. You get back over there. threads down a bit. And a few pins almost certainly, but I spotted one went down.
It's really hard enough to do this without a dog in it.
So, question is which bits to do next. Now, why is that a hard decision? Well, I would normally do this bit next, but if I do this bit, so both bits have got to do a cloth stitch, but this bit's got a smaller bit of ground, but then I can sew off these bobbins and only be left with these bobbins. But we all know how much fun I love sewing in bobbins. stuck under my nail. Fine, I'll have that one then. And not the one I was holding. Be grateful I'm not singing. It's a different pin. Dear, the size of the stressed dog. I want to find something for you. My brain has just kind of gone. But. That's not what I wanted. This must be. This sounds more like it. Yeah, this is the one. This is the one. This randomly appears in my head, lives there occasionally, so I'm going to share this with you. going to break my couch at this rate, dog. Why do dogs sound like industrial waste units? No, I don't need your help, Amy. No, I don't. No, little one. Little one, I love you dearly, but your face and mine is not helping. Dogus interruptus. You're just being annoying. Has he been licking your ears? Because your ear feels cold. Other than covering my microphone with fur, you're not achieving much, are you? No. So good girl. You sit there. So good girl. Yes, you are. You are. You are a good girl. When you want to be. The problem is you need to want more often. Yes. Yes. Yes, you are. You can be a good girl when you try. No? I can be. Yes, you can be. Now don't lick the duvet. It's already gross enough. Yes. Oh, off you go. Now, where did my fancy stick go? There it is. Fancy stick. Part of me says work from this end backwards. Because it's easier to get at. Take away some of these further back pins because we don't need these anymore. Oh, there's a whole pile of untwisted there. Oh, that's irritating.
Bloody awful job of that.
Didn't twist any of those. Oh well, too late now. Sewed the bottoms off for starters. Right. Glasses off.
Pin.
Let's leave that longer for a minute.
things that you have decided to make with along the way. You back over here. Trim you.
Get rid of you.
It's definitely goes quicker.
she's definitely going quicker. That's, which, you know, frankly is not a bad thing.
Because sewing ends historically has taken me forever. I mean, it's not a fast process, but it's faster. And that is a glorious and great and marvellous thing. These are going to be harder.
That's right, my right knee's just decided it doesn't like doing this.
Well, you've got a few more pins to go, Mr. Neat. I'm sorry.
I saw that. That's right, one of my bobbins made a break.
minutes to go. This has gone so much quicker. Why did I not think? It's because all the videos say, oh, you know, you need the bob, you know, do this with this bobbin and this with this bobbin, but the bobbin's just getting in the way. Clearly, as we're reading, take the bobbin out and just deal with the threads and only have access to 2 threads. You can't have problems with it. In case you didn't know, the other end of this is a pin pusher, so I just usually use my finger because it's near. Trying to push some of these down because two, and then there were 2. So. Realise when we finish these 2 we'll have sewn out 15 pairs of bobbins. How do I know that? Because I've counted them in the past. Count how many pairs of bobbins it was to fill in this bit. So to unfill the bobbin bits must be the same number. Let's get a bit further away though, which is making it harder to see. But it's, I'm sure you've got, well, you haven't quite got a picture of the top of my head. It's here though, it's close. In case you can see the top of my head, I get terrible kind of, it's not well it is, it looks like dandruff, but it's not dandruff. It is a medical condition where it's like, I get eczema in my hair and I get big chunks of flaky bits, and frankly nothing does anything with it. Absolutely nothing, which is really irritating because sometimes the flakes are like inches. It's like having sunburn and your hair and it peels and it's huge chunks of it. But mostly it just means that if I scratch my head for any reason, well, a snowstorm is used, and it almost doesn't matter how much I scratch my head because there will always be more. It's quite frustrating. So if you can see that, I do apologise. Right. Which is why I always puzzle that the 500 million tons of skin on the net pillow, because you're sitting there going, because it looks like skin. I don't know whether it is skin. I'm sure some of it is skin, but
you were from. Now, where's my stabby? Big stabby. Ow! I did just big stabby straight in my bum. No, I don't need saving, dog. It's my own stupidity. I'm fine. It's alright. The world will not end. You will not go hungry, nor will I. I just managed to stab myself with love. Okay. This has got a very big, fat, sharp pin on it. Because I'm a moron. Oh, no, little one. I'm fine. I am. See, I'm fine. Yes. It was just me being silly. Yes. No, I will not be dying of blood loss. Although if I squeeze my thumb, there's probably a bit more to come out. But I'm fine. I am. Yes. Yes, I am. Yes, you could go. Come on, out you come. Right. 15 bobbins sewn in. Isn't that to be proud of? Right. I'm definitely feeling pleased with that, to be honest. Let's put the stabby thing back in where the stabby thing lives. Right, now we should shorten these a little. Now we've completed them all. I mean, not to the point of ridiculousness, but just because we don't need 16-inch tails on them. And then they can go underneath here, like this, with their friends, except for the two that don't want to. There we go. There. Right. What are we doing next, dogs? Well, I'm still kind of in the mood, so... 7 o'clock. Jesus. I do need to eat though. Can do. Take some of you out. It's the tails. looking good. Definitely looking good. So. This is right. So yes, this is very disappointing. Very disappointing. But how many times have I said it? You only notice once you take the pins out. Looks a lot of bobbins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, trying to force 7 into a stick is possibly a little overkill. You're a bit short. Let's put you in a stick. 6 stick you. And we'll poke you 2 into this one because you'll fit, because 6 can go. It's just that this pattern divides nicely by 5s. So you're over there. You're over there. 3 more bobbins to sew. Yay. Actually, I'm not hating it quite as much now we found a better way to do it. Or a less crappier way to do it. I'm not going to say it's a great way to do it, but one that fights me less is always good.
Shame Naughty Kelt's not here. He'd love this. Me and my knots. I'm sure he'd be proud of it. Stays under tension, so it's only it's already up. Yes, there it's tension, but it's already mated. You need to be outside and not that either.
That's free. That's a good thing. Actually, I can poke this back through the hole and fasten it back on my hook, because now we're chopping them, they can indeed stay. No. My thread broke again. This thread is very frail. We need some other thread then. Do not have a... Oh, I know where there's the spool of thread. There's a spool of thread just over there. What I really need is some really extra fine fishing on. Back with a new piece of thread. No, Amy, that doesn't mean I need your help. It's a pokey thing. It is. It's a pokey thing. And you don't want to be poked with the pokey thing. If you drug me one more time while I'm threading this needle, I might just kebab you. Mm. This thing can go through here. Whether it wants to or not, this will be going through here. Glasses off. Staring over glasses is unnecessary. Split that. How did I do this before? I think I just pulled it tight with it over the thing, didn't I? Yeah, like that. There we go. Right. No, just because I put down one stick does not mean I need a dog. You need to wait a second. Pin. Is this on my shoulder? No, Brothers in Arms. Just starts with a similar kind of.
Don't need whining. Definitely seems to be getting better attention from this as well. I mean, are they perfect? Probably not. But they do seem better than they were before. Go track around something. Come on. Where? Yeah, you are. You're being annoying. I need a pin. Lovely. You need to come out from under there. There, that's better. And get back in. Actually, undo this knot because I've now got confused for which was left and right. But squish. So you over you. I'm sure Naughty Cat would be pleased. Trim you to there, because, well, why not? So, 18 bobbins down. 18 pairs bobbins down. Making a lot less bobbins visible on the... I don't need help, dogs. I don't need saving from anything. Other than perhaps you. Hello, Rory. Do I need to... You've decided that 4 hours, 40 minutes is enough, have you? You feel you've been good long enough and left me to it. And now I've got to the end of here that you need to be involved. Okay. Do we need dinner? No, not really. Am I hungry? Apparently I'm hungry. Right. Seriously, I said dinner and they didn't move a thing. I said, am I hungry? And they both kind of leapt like they'd had an electric prod up the butt. So apparently I'm hungry. I wouldn't say that was a false statement. I didn't realise it was as pressing as apparently it is. But there we go. So what we need to do now is take a picture because, well, we always take pictures. Taking a picture. Let's try and... There's our picture. And thank you for accompanying me today on my journey. And I shall be back almost certainly tomorrow. Because, well, we did pretty well today. And that always helps you feel in the mood to have and do some more tomorrow. It's when you've had a crappy day you don't feel like doing it. So I feel we should be good for tomorrow. Unless disasters strike, the depression gets any worse because I've got to go back to work this week. And that's not because I hate work, it's just because work makes me... The thought of being at work is depressing, not my actual work is depressing. It's complicated. However, thank you very much for accompanying me today. You've been darn quiet, which is slightly annoying. Could have done with the chat, but you have been here nevertheless, and I appreciate that. So I'm just going to move my bobbins out the way before more of them end up on the floor and potentially in the dog. Because, you know, well, crunch, crunch, crunch. Oh, what's this? You know. So that could be a thing. Anyway, I'm going to see if there's someone to hand you off to. Because that could be a thing today.
who's on? Nobody I know doing stuff. So apparently I'm not handing you off on anyone today. I shall see you tomorrow, and thank you for coming.